Good morning, everybody. My name is David Smithette. I will be the legal advisor for the purposes of today's review hearing. Today is Thursday, the 12th of November 2020. The time is 10 a.m. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, those who are present. The purpose of today's hearing,
Okay.
to the Hearing Regulations 2005. Before we proceed to the review hearing proper, there are some initial matters that I would just like to make the committee and those in attendance aware of. Firstly, I remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to YouTube and will be capable of repeated viewing. The meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record or film or photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. Now, given that this is a virtual hearing, there are just some virtual meeting etiquette that I would remind everybody about for the smooth running of today's hearing. Firstly, can you please ensure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking? Secondly, that you do not interrupt other speakers. Thirdly, that if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave the meeting. And additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair. And I would just ask you to please all wait your turn. Those are the initial narratives that I would like to make clear to you all. Second matter on the agenda is election of the chairman for the hearing. So far as today's review hearing is concerned, I can confirm that the chairman will be Councillor Mark Newman. Councillor Mark Newman, and that being the case, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to proceed with the agenda.
Lovely. Thank you, David. Welcome to everybody to this virtual meeting of the licensing subcommittee. Apologies for absence, Karen.
None received, Chair.
Declarations of interest.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I ought to just clarify, because there was an interest, that I took part in the planning process that granted planning permission for this venue, which was nothing to do or any reference to any licensing that may happen afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more? No?
No.
Okay. Right, now we'll move to some introductions. As you've heard, I'm Councillor Mark Newman, the chairman. My committee, Sue, would you like to introduce yourself?
Morning, Councillor Sue Carpendale.
Peter?
Good morning, everybody. Councillor Peter Beer.
Legal officer, you've already heard from him, but David?
Yes, good morning. My name's David Smithette from West Suffolk Council Shared Legal Service, legal advisor for this morning and today.
Licence, David?
David Price, licensing officer for the meeting.
Assistant Manager Food and Safety, Emma?
Yes, good morning. I'm Emma Richbell, Assistant Manager Food Safety and Licensing.
Governance Officer, Karen?
Good morning, everyone. Karen Sayer, Governance Officer.
Okay, lovely. The applicant, is that Trevor Creswell? Would you like to introduce yourself, Trevor?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Trevor Creswell, and I'm a resident of Boreham Gate Precinct.
Do you want to introduce any witnesses with you?
I have Mr. Dorrington with me. I will pass the phone so Mr. Dorrington can also speak.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Dorrington from 20C Boreham Gate Precinct.
Okay, thank you. Premises license, is it Dad Solicitor? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, members. Mr. Chairman, I'm David Dadds. I'm counsel and I represent the premise licence holder.
Thank you. David, Mr. Dadds, did you receive all relevant representation?
All what I've received, I have. So
okay.
I believe I have everything that I ought to have, Mr. Chairman.
Jolly good. That's what I need to know. Suffolk Constabulary, would you like to introduce yourself? I think there's Sharon.
Yes, good morning. Sharon Betts-Palmer, Licensing Officer for Suffolk Constabulary.
Robert. Is there a Robert or not?
They might not be on yet, Chair, but there will be Robert Farrell and Oliver Williams for Suffolk Constabulary.
Okay, no, that's fine, thank you. Environmental Protection Officer, is that Chris?
Hi there, yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's Chris Cornish, Senior Environmental Health Officer of the Environmental Protection Team.
Okay, thank you. Les, is that Les?
Yes, Les King, Environmental Protection Officer.
All right, great. And now we've got Planning Enforcement Officer.
Good morning. Yes, Simon Bailey from the Planning Enforcement Team.
And I believe we've got other persons. I think, is there Donna? Would you like to introduce yourself? Is there a Donna?
I don't think she's with us, Chair.
No, I don't think she's attending, Chair.
Have we got Steve Hall?
No, Steve's not attending either.
Doug?
He just introduced himself.
Yeah, Doug, I just spoke to Doug. Yeah, lovely. And Joanne?
Joanne's not attending either.
Okay. Right, that's jolly good. And right, we'll now move on.
Chair, you have a question from council for the premises licence holder.
Okay, Dad Solicitor, would you like to ask your question?
Yes. Could I just, so that I'm absolutely clear who's attending for who, because obviously I've got the agenda, but I've got no individual witness statements. So in relation to the police, you mentioned a couple of other names. I didn't quite get that down quick enough. I've got Sharon. I've got
Dave.
Sorry, council. I will get to that part for the witness part. There's a question for the witness for myself as licensing officer. So when we get to that part, I'll speak out the full names of each witness. Would that be more appropriate?
Well,
Is that when we
Mr.
get to the
Chairman,
Suffolk Constabulary bit?
There's a question for there's two questions for licensing officer, which we're not at that stage yet in the procedure. There's
No.
two questions, and one of them is obviously the witnesses.
No, that's not what I'm raising. It might be that the legal officer will understand the point I'm making, and Mr. Chairman, you will. I'm just saying I want to know who's in attendance and why they're going to be in attendance, and whether they've made relevant representations. If they're a witness, then I, under the hearing regulations, should have been informed in advance, 5 days in advance, of which witness is going to be called. A copy of their evidence, so I have an opportunity to look at that evidence and be ready for cross-examination. So at the moment, I've not been informed of two other officers that you mentioned from the constabulary. So I'm seeking clarification at the moment. Who is here in attendance, and what's their capacity? And I think that as you're doing a roll call, I thought it would be appropriate to do it now.
Okay, legal officer, can you help with this?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I think that's a fair question from Mr. Dadds. So far as the police are concerned, who are the witnesses who are going to be given evidence today? He wants to clarify whether their statements have been provided to him so that he can prepare for cross-examination. It's a fair point made.
So, Dave Price, can we give them to him now?
Yes, Chair. The witnesses, obviously, the main person speaking on behalf of Suffolk Constabulary is Sharon Betts Palmer.
Thank you.
And the two witnesses for Suffolk Constabulary, depending on the permission of the committee, are Robert Farrow.
Yeah. Yes.
And Oliver Williams.
Sorry, and I should have clarified, and I'm sure the legal advisor also agreed with me. It's not actually cross-examination, but to ask points of clarification or questions. But I've not got any witness statements for those two gentlemen. But we'll cover that when it comes to their evidence, I expect. From the environmental health, I see that we have a number of individuals from environmental health. Could we just clarify who is the main speaker and who's the witnesses, so I can get their names down as well, Mr. Chairman, and it will help me prepare for this morning or today or 2 days.
Okay, David, can you?
Yes, Chair. The main speaker for environmental protection is Chris Cornish, and his witnesses are James Buckingham and Les King.
Okay. I think I've got some questions. Trevor Creswell, have you got a question? You've got your hand up.
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, all I was going to say, I did email David this morning. My son was going to speak today, but he's been called to work, and he's left me a statement that at some point I'd like to read, if that's okay.
Well, you can read that out in your presentation.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Well, it might just take me a few extra minutes. That's all, because I think it's only a 2-minute statement anyway.
Okay, we'll be asking that question in a minute. How long you expect to take? Right. I think we've got hands up for Sharon Bates Palmer. Have you got a question, Sharon?
It's not a question, it's just a clarification. Robert Farrow will not be attending. He can't gain access. Sergeant Oliver Williams will. He's not a witness per se. He's here to assist me if there's any questions in regards to Sudbury or the area, as I do not normally cover Sudbury. So I don't know the area. I don't really know the premises.
Okay, thank you. David Dadge, you got a question again?
Yes, thank you. I think it's good just to clarify these points before we start. So clarify now from the police that neither of those are witnesses, and that probably explains why I haven't been notified in advance. So I'm happy that's clarified. In relation to environmental health, James Buckingham and Les King I've not been notified in advance that they are going to be witnesses, and I haven't seen their witness statements. In addition to that, Trevor, councillor Trevor, excuse me one moment, all these names, Crosswell, he refers to his son, and I think he's referring to someone called Thomas or Tom, but I don't know if that gentleman, his son, made representations within 28 days. If he did, then he can inform the licensing authority that he wants someone to speak on his behalf. If he hasn't made a representation in 28 days, I'm sure your legal advisor will advise you that he's not allowed to have a statement read in this hearing this morning. I'm sorry, this is all paperwork and admin, but it's best to get started on the right track. I think you agree, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay, thank you, David. Legal advisor, please, David.
I think we have to clarify when representations were made by Tom Cresswell within the required time.
Okay, well, Mr. Creswell wants to speak, actually. I think he's got his hand up.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Tom did make representation within the 28 days that he wished to speak, and was on the list to speak. And I did email the licensing officer, David Price, yesterday to say that I may need to speak on Tom's behalf. Thank you.
Okay, legal advisor, is that okay?
Sorry, I'm just checking regulations at the moment. Sorry, what was that I missed?
Mr. Creswell, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, what I said was at the time, Tom did write in to the council and asked to speak, and he was on the list to speak. And also, because Tom's work, I wrote to David Price and said that I would like to read a statement from Tom today, and I was told that should not be a problem. Thank you.
Okay, legal advisor, David.
I've just got a query for Mr. Dadds. Mr. Dadds, can you confirm where within the licensing regulations there's confirmation that a party needs to notify to other parties or witnesses that they're going to be calling?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. It's under the premises licensing regulations. I think I'll get the reference. It's quite some time since I've looked at that regulation. But if you bear with me 1 minute, and whilst I'm just looking for that, I think it might be around regulation 25/6, but I'll just recap my memory. And it's 5 days notice. But while I'm doing that, Mr. Chairman, it could be that Mr. Price could just clarify, because I haven't seen it on the agenda. It might be an oversight on my behalf, but I haven't seen a representation from Tom Cresswell within the 28 days. So whilst I'm just looking at the regulation, perhaps that could be clarified, if you wouldn't mind. Could you give me a minute to look up the regulation?
Yeah, certainly. I've got some more questions anyway. David Price, can you answer that one? Legal officer.
Chair,
David,
I'm busy looking at the regulations at this precise moment in time at the same.
I'm looking at the hearing regulations 2005. Regulation 25 relates to the authority may require any person attending. I'm not sure whether it requires a party to clarify a witness who's going to be attending at a review hearing. But Mr. Dadds may clarify what specific rule that he's referring to.
Chair, going back on your question on Tom Cresswell. Tom Cresswell is part of the Residents Association, is permitted to speak.
Okay. David Dadds, are you happy with that?
No, but I'll come back to it in a minute. One matter at a time, if I may. Can we just clarify that he didn't write in within the 28 days as an individual in himself?
David Price, did he write in?
He didn't write in as an individual, no. He's part of the Residents Association and is permitted to speak on that side.
Okay.
We have his signature on the document, don't we?
Yeah. Well, could I address you with that in a moment, Mr. Chairman, as I'm doing one thing, and I don't want to be seen to be cutting you short with a short answer, but I just need to find my regulations to deal with the witness point first, if you don't mind.
Will you carry on with that? I think we've got some more questions. I think Sharon Bates Palmer, have you got a question?
No, apologies. I forgot to take my hand down.
All right. Chris Cornish. Got your hand up.
Sorry. The representative by Environmental Protection is as a responsible authority. The written evidence has been submitted, and Les King and James Buckingham will be here to regard to questions to the responsible authority's evidence. They are part of the Environmental Protection team and therefore responsible authority.
Okay, thank you. I think Peter Beer's been waiting to speak. Peter?
Well, most of mine's been picked up, Mr. Chairman, by Sue, I think. But I'll just one point. Mr. Debs did refer to Mr. Trevor Creswell as councillor. I think, to be clear, he is here in a private capacity, and it's only fair we should refer to him as Mr. Trevor Creswell, and if we're referring to his son, that would be Mr. Tom Creswell. I don't think we should confuse the fact that he is a sitting councillor at this moment in time, but he's certainly not here as that, and it would be unfair, I think, to give that impression. I'm sure that wasn't the intention, but I think it just clarifies it all round for everybody. Thank you.
We note that. Thank you, Councillor Beer. Trevor Creswell, you got a question or a response?
Yes, thank you, Peter. You're dead right. I've came as an individual, as a resident of where I live, and not as a town councillor. And what I say today isn't as a town councillor, but as a local resident of Boreham Gate Precinct. And I think, thank you for saying that, because I don't want the two confused.
I'm ready to answer, Mr. Chairman. I'm ready to answer the first point, and then I've been trying to listen to the representations. I would like to respond to that in a moment, but certainly in relation to witnesses, I apologise because I haven't looked at this for a number of years, but obviously I remember it. So it's actually in relation to Regulation 8. It says, in a case where a party wishes another person other than the person he intends to represent at the hearing to appear at the hearing, notice should be in paragraph 1, shall contain a request for permission for such person to appear at the hearing, accompanied by the details of the name of the person and a brief description of the point or points wished to be made, able to assist the authority in the application. Representations or notice making the request sets it out. Each party shall give no later than 2 working days before the day, 5 days on which the hearing is to be held. In any other case, the party shall give notice no later than 5 working days before the day of the hearing. So if, for example, Mr. Tom Creswell is to be called as a witness for the Residents Association, which I'll come to in a minute, then I should have been notified in advance of today's hearing, should have been given a brief outline of what he wanted to say, because if you think about it, he could call any resident under the Resident Association if I've got no proof of the constitution, the members, its membership, and anything that's said in that statement I haven't had in advance, and it would be unfair. Moreover, he hasn't written as an individual, plus also I haven't seen whether this Residents Association is properly constituted. Does it have a constitution? Is it unconstituted? Where is its members? So coming back to the point about witnesses, it is important if the Environmental Health Officer who's made the representation, he signs his representation or gives his representation, and under the Licensing Act it's clear that the responsible authority can make its representation, and one officer would do that. Anyone else coming and being called as a witness should be notified to me and told, and for me to be told what is their evidence that they're adducing, so I can prepare for that witness. And no different to the police, environmental health, no different to the Residents Association. Now, if the residents feel that they are going to be prejudiced, or any party to the proceeding feels that they're going to be prejudiced, I have no objection to an adjournment. I don't want to adjourn because I don't want people thinking that this is a legal argument that I'm pursuing, try to exclude evidence. I'm not trying to do that, but what I am trying to do is make sure we have a fair hearing on behalf of the premise licence holder. And if there are any witnesses, the legal advisor is on the telephone, so I don't think he's heard any of the submission I've made, and I ought to pause for a minute and make it again.
Mm-hmm.
Legal advisor, did you get that? David? We'll just pause for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't see him on screen, but then I saw him come onto screen with a telephone.
Yeah. We'll just get clarification.
No worries, that's fine. And I don't mind doing it again, sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. I know Chris Cornish is waiting with a question, but we'll sort this one out first, Chris, and then we'll come to you.
Could I just ask the question while we're waiting for these answers to David Price? It's Councillor Beer here. What is it? The applicant is not limited by time in speaking. So, I mean, he could actually make his comments regardless of whether we had an additional witness read out letter in that slot. Is that so, Mr. Chairman, so that we could proceed?
David Price, any advice on that, or do we need legal on that one?
Chair, we need to speak to legal first.
Yeah,
I think
I thought it was a simple answer, but there's not.
I would like an opportunity just to speak with the committee in private, please. There's a legal issue that I would like to clarify with the committee members.
Okay, so can what should we do? Go to private,
Mr. Chairman.
On the calendar. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt, and I hope you don't mind, Mr. Smith. Would you like to hear my submissions back in reply to the points I've made before you retire?
Yeah, that would be grateful, Mr. Dadds. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, please
you.
Repeat that again. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So thank you very much. The point that I was asked to clarify is in relation to the hearing regulations regarding witnesses. And I've referred to the Regulation 8 that, in essence, if a party wishes to call a witness, then they are to give notice in advance, normally 5 working days, and they should detail their name and a brief detail of the points or the descriptions they wish to make at the hearing to assist the authority in its applications or representations. So I should be notified in advance, equity of arms for a fair hearing, if any witnesses are to be called, with a copy of either their statement or a note of why they're being called and what they're going to say, so I can prepare for a hearing. And I think you will agree with me that makes common sense. So in relation to the police, we've already had it clarified that they're not witnesses. In relation to environmental health, we've heard that James Buckingham and Les King are going to be called as witnesses. I haven't been notified that in advance, and I've seen no witness statement for those individuals. However, if it is said that all the officers have co-jointly made the representation jointly, that is not clear from the representation made. And also, I think it needs to be quite clear who's saying what where, so then I can appropriately ask that particular officer. It may be that the environment health seeker in German, just to clarify their position, reposition themselves, as it were, and come back before the committee when I can prepare for it properly. In relation to Trevor Cresswell, he says he acts for a resident association. It looks like it's unincorporated. And I have no problems with that at all. Obviously, I may question about its validity and the resolution and members. But Tom Cresswell, we know, has not made a representation in 28 days. We're being told today for the first time that he is a member, certainly I'm being told for the first time, he is a member of the association. If the association are calling him as a witness, I've not been notified in advance. Moreover, I haven't had a copy of the statement that is going to be read on his behalf today, so therefore I'm prejudiced. That would need to be disclosed in advance. Even if it's accepted that he is a member of the association, I've not seen a members list. I haven't seen signatures of the members. I've not seen a resolution or the constitution. As Councillor Carpendale alluded to, normally when you have a residents association, you would have a list of the members and the names. As I say, in relation to that submission, that's all I have to say at this point.
Right, David, legal. Do you want to still any comment on that, or do you want to go into private?
No, I think I'm grateful for Mr. Dadds for those submissions that he's made. I would like to have an opportunity of going into private session with the committee, please.
Can I just quickly clarify?
Chris, Chris has been waiting. Yeah. Chris Cornish, yeah.
Just very quickly, James Buckingham and Les King will only be talking about matters raised in the written submission. So, for example, there are references to environmental protection contacting licence holder and reference to environmental protection officers and what they witnessed. What their spoken evidence will be is in reference to the written submission, if needed.
Okay, thank you. David Dadds, would that be acceptable?
No, because I have not seen their witness statements. This is not the proper way, Mr. Chairman. If an officer is going to be called, then I would expect their witness statement, or to be told at least what point. It may be that we can have a short adjournment, and Chris and I, if he doesn't mind me referring to his, Mr. Cornish and I, could have a quick conversation, and he could identify who's doing what, and then it means that I'm prepared, because I will need to know when I'm hearing the officer, which officer I am questioning about the evidence, because if I don't question at the right time the right witness, it could be presumed under the civil law on evidence that I accept that submission, and then later on I realise that actually I've not asked the question of the relevant witness. So it is important we know who is making the representation, which witnesses are being called, and their evidence they're attending, so I can then have an opportunity to ask questions and seek points of clarification, as well as you members will want to do the same.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Chris Cornish, do you want to come back? Your hand's up.
Apologies, I should have lowered it, and no problem what people want to call me. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, right. Peter Beer, you got a comment?
Well, just listening to what's been said, our legal wants to speak to us three in a moment. I think perhaps, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps our legal can confirm, that if Mr. Dobbs and Mr. Cornish were quite happy to have a chat, that might clear that particular point up, because I don't think there's too much of a difficulty there. So I don't know whether that could happen while we're having our little chat, or is this something that you wouldn't want to go down that road?
I'm not sure. Legal, yeah, David.
It will make good use of time if the committee is away being advised, and Mr. Dadds and Mr. Cornish want to speak with regards to those particular aspects. It makes sense, perhaps.
It does.
David, do you think a 10-minute adjournment would be fine? 10 minutes, or do you want longer?
No.
Legal.
Is that me, or sorry?
Legal. Sorry, legal.
I think 10 minutes at least.
No.
Okay.
Chair, we will need to vote to exclude the public before we do that. And then we can go to private session, and we'll pause this meeting and pause the live stream.
I'll so move, Mr. Chairman, that we go into private session.
Yeah, I've got to read this out then. Okay, vote to it. Well, we'll do that at the end. Well, let me read it out first.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, with respect, I think you're just adjourning to go and speak to your legal advisor. We're not going to private session at the moment. We're just adjourning.
Okay, David, legal advisor.
Yes, I think that's right. We're simply adjourning for advice. We're not adjourning the actual hearing itself. We're going into private session. So I think that's right.
Yeah, it's only that other members of the public that are supporting us are watching the feed live. So otherwise they'll be excluded from listening later on. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
We
Should we
We
Yeah,
need to
sorry.
leave this temporarily.
Yeah. Well, should we go back to our briefing meeting this morning? Should we go to that one
I've
on the
sent
calendar?
I'm sending you a new one now.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. So.
So
all
we've
right,
got to
Mr.
leave
Com-
this one.
Yeah, and we'll be about 10-15 minutes, I'd say. Okay.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, there are a number of.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Legal advisor.
Are we ready?
Yep. Here we go.
I'm grateful for the submissions, or the committee is grateful for the submissions made on behalf of the licence holder in this matter, and in particular with regards to the importance of notification of attendees and statements and details being provided to other parties involved in the review hearing. I'm apologise for the fact that it's taken a little bit longer than it had been anticipated to advise the committee. There was an aspect that I wanted some clarification upon, but the committee have asked me to clarify the particular regulations that have been highlighted. These are the Licensing Act 2003 Hearings Regulations 2005. And in particular, Regulations 8 and Regulation 22. Just clarify that. Yep. With regards to paragraph Regulation 8 of the regulations, which is headed Action following receipt of notice of hearing. Regulation 8.1 states quite simply, a party shall give to the authority within the period of time provided for in the following provisions of this regulation, a notice stating, brackets little a, whether he intends to attend or be represented at the hearing, and little b, whether he considers a hearing to be unnecessary. Regulation 8.2 details as follows. In a case where a party wishes any other person, brackets, other than the person he intends to represent him at the hearing, close brackets, to appear at the hearing, the notice referred to in 8.1 shall contain a request for permission for such other person to appear at the hearing, accompanied by details of the name of that person and a brief description of the point or points on which that person may be able to assist the authority in relation to the application, representations or notice of the party making the request. The reason I've read that out in full is for the fact that with regards to the review hearing being considered by Babergh District Council, an attendance at hearing form is sent out and completed by the applicant, the licence holder and all responsible authorities, and anyone else who intends to or has made clear that they intend to make attendance and representations at the hearing. And with regards to that attendance at hearing form, it not only requires the names of those who will be attending, but secondly, what reason they will be attending and make submissions about. With regards to the question of Thomas Cresswell, that form, I understand, clarifies that he is a resident near to the licence holder's premises, and that his attendance at the hearing was to, and I paraphrase, give details of his experience of being a resident living next to that licence holder's premises. So far as prior to today is concerned, the committee understands that Thomas Cresswell was going to be taking up the opportunity to speak before the committee, and so that being the case, we are then told by Trevor Cresswell that due to work commitments, his son is not able to attend at this review hearing today. That being the case, the committee have then gone on to consider Regulation 22 of the, if I can abbreviate, the 2005 regulations, which is headed Procedure at Hearing. and it states, at the beginning of the hearing, the authority shall explain to the parties the procedure which it proposes to follow at the hearing, and shall consider any request made by a party under Regulation 8(2) for permission for another person to appear at the hearing. Such permission shall not be unreasonably withheld. Trevor Cresswell has confirmed that due to work commitments, his son is unable to appear at the review hearing, and that his son has provided a statement which he asked the committee for permission to read that out on behalf of his son. The situation from what that application, how it arises, I suspect that it has arisen on today. It's not something that Mr. Cresswell may have known about before, but the committee has to consider that application and has to consider that permission for such a statement to be read out. It shall not be unreasonably withheld. The committee have taken the view that given the circumstances which have pertained to Mr. Cresswell Jr., if I can put it that way, not being able to attend and make representations as had been made known prior to today, that the application made by Trevor Cresswell is an appropriate one to be made, and it has to consider whether that permission for any statement to be read out to be made, and if so, whether it should or can be unreasonably withheld. The committee are of a view that the statement of Tom Cresswell can be read by Trevor Cresswell. However, in reading out that statement, Trevor Cresswell will be reading out a hearsay statement. It's right that the committee are made aware that it is a hearsay statement, and when the committee retires to consider the evidence and determine the application for review that has been made before it, with regards to that hearsay statement or any other hearsay statement that it considers, it has to apply what weight it thinks is appropriate given all the circumstances and how that statement has come about and why it has come about that it is made today. As a more general view, the committee is of a view that it is appropriate for it to consider all available evidence in fairness to all parties as it may have at its disposal on the day of the review hearing, and in those circumstances, whilst it is prepared to enable Trevor Cresswell to read that statement, it wished for Mr. Cresswell, Trevor Cresswell, and his son to be made aware that because it is such a hearsay statement, the weight that the committee attaches to it might not be as much as might have been the case had any representations and or submissions been made in person. I hope that I've made that clear. There were some points that I needed clarification upon, and I do apologise if I've made it. I hope I've made as full an answer as I can and answered the queries that have been raised by Mr. Dadds on behalf of the licence holder. I know that with regards to the issue raised as a consequence of what evidence may well be called on behalf of the Environmental Protection Team, there may well have been conversations between Mr. Dadds and Mr. Cornish. It may be there may have been some progress made, and it may be that Mr. Dadds and or Mr. Cornish might want to clarify the nature, or if not, the progress that might have been made to the committee at this point.
Okay, thank you, David. David Dadds, would you like to come back?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you'll be aware, and your legal advisor will advise you, that any advice that you have been given is provisional advice, and it obviously gets read out as it is now, and I should be given the opportunity to comment. So I wonder, if your permission, could I just comment, please, Mr. Chairman, on what I've just heard?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Whilst I accept, if it is accepted by you, may not necessarily be accepted by me, that Tom Cresswell made a representation within 28 days, then he is considered an interested party, another person, to the hearing. You've heard that you, Mr. Chairman, have said that you will hear all evidence, but you can only hear evidence from those who are party to the proceedings, i.e. made relevant representations in 28 days. Mr. Cresswell Jr. did not make a representation in 28 days. We have heard that from Mr. Price. Therefore, he cannot make any representations, I say, now outside of the 28 days. Of course, he could be called as a witness for the Residents Association. And if Mr. Price confirms to me today that he has been notified in advance that Mr. Cresswell Jr. Was noted down as a witness for the Residents Association, I will obviously accept that as being the position. Obviously, of course, I will make representations on who is or who isn't a member of the Residents Association, whether it's constituted or unconstituted. But that's all I want to say in relation to the position on the comments made by Mr. Smithett. In relation to my discourse and discussions with the Environmental Health, we have agreed a position going forward, and I don't think we need to trouble you with that, as we've agreed a way forward in this hearing this morning. So one other point which I think I need to unfortunately disagree with Councillor Beer on, and I will be standing corrected if need be, but Councillor Cresswell is Councillor Cresswell. He has that title. He is Councillor Cresswell. He is a member of your district council. He cannot he can make a representation as Councillor Cresswell as a resident. He's entitled to that, not a problem. But as a matter of fact and law, he is a councillor of your district council, and that should be on the public record that he is, because there may be a public perception that he has access to officers or information. He's a district councillor. Obviously, it is of a public record he is councillor, and he is appearing before the council, albeit in his personal capacity, but he is a councillor nevertheless. And, you know, I understand the difference, but nevertheless, he is a councillor, and I will be referring to him as Councillor Cresswell.
Okay, thank you. I'll just put Peter Beard. Do you want to reply to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs. Yes, I'm well aware that he is an elected member of Babergh District Council, and he's entitled to that title of councillor. But he, in my opinion, he's made it clear in all the paperwork that I've seen and what have you, that he's Trevor Cresswell, leader of the Babergh Residents Association, and I don't want him confused, because quite often I'll refer to my colleagues as Councillor Newman, Councillor Carpendale. I will not refer to Mr. Trevor Cresswell in any of this hearing as Councillor Cresswell, because it is separate to that. But I've never questioned that he's not a councillor. I respect that position of his. I've just made it clear that as far as I'm concerned, and I'd like everybody else to be aware, that he is speaking as a private individual in this case. Yes, he does have a title. I'm sure, sir, you have a proper title. So from that point of view, I don't think I need to say any more on that matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Sharon Betts-Palmer, have you got something to say?
Yes, and just to be open and transparent, really, whilst you're in your private meeting, Mr. Dad's asked me to ring him. He wished to know why the licensing officer for Sudbury wasn't present to advise that Mr. McKesser doesn't work on Thursdays or Fridays. He then discussed with me his concerns with our representation and discussed visits and asked me to send over any details of visits that had been made. I've spoken with my management and they say that it should have been asked for prior to the hearing and that we won't be sending it over during the hearing.
Okay, thank you. David, legal advisor, any more comments before we move on?
No, I've got no further comments at this time.
Okay, right, we'll move on to the agenda again then. Any parties to the hearing wishes to withdraw either their application or their representation? So it's Sharon, have you got something to say there? Your hand's up again.
Apologies, I keep forgetting to put it down, don't I?
Okay, all right, well, no, I'll take that as no then. Questions to the licensing officer, David. Have there been any requests from the parties for permission to call witness?
Yes, Chair.
Yep.
And I will go through that now for you to make determination whether you accept those witnesses or not.
Okay. Okay.
Clarification. Tom Cresswell for the applicant, and I will just go through and then you can determine at the end.
Yeah.
Suffolk Constabulary, obviously they will have Robert. They don't have Robert Farrer anymore. They have Oliver Williams. Environmental Protection have both James Buckingham and Les King.
Okay. All right. Are we happy with that, Peter and Sue?
Yes.
Is Mr. Ward being a witness for the premises?
Yes, sorry, Chair, I forgot that one. Apologies, that he will be there to answer questions if Mr. Dadds needs him to.
Yes, he's not a witness because he's the premise license holder.
But he'll be assisting you.
I'm representing him.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you.
That's all right. No problem. I don't mean any disrespect, Councillor B.
No. I accept
he's
that.
Here with me. He's here next to me virtually with his father, and I'm taking instructions and I've been keeping him abreast. And any questions you ask me, if I don't know myself because I've not got the instruction, I can revert to them.
Lovely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Right, licensing officer, have the parties indicated they wish to present documents or other material?
Yes, and that has been disseminated to the relevant parties concerned.
Right, good. Right, applicant, Mr. Creswell, do you estimate your time, how long it'll take your presentation?
I would say, am I allowed to read Tom's out after what was said?
Yes, but as we said, that we'll take that as hearsay.
Yes, I understand that, Councillor Newman. I would say no more than 6 or 7 minutes, the whole lot, including my sons.
Okay, and the premises holder, Mr. Dadds, how long do you estimate?
I would say probably about 2 hours.
2 hours. Right. Okay. Peter and Sue, are we happy with this?
I
Yes.
have no objection, but I do think both parties should
So-
be entitled to the same amount of time.
So, Chair, can I interrupt?
Yes,
It's David, licensing officer. Can you ask the same question to the responsible authorities as well, please?
Okay. Responsible authorities, what sort of time would you expect?
For the police, it'd be 20 minutes.
Okay, in environmental protection?
I would hope that I can get through the spoken part in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And planning enforcement officer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just need a couple of minutes to go to summarise the representation.
Okay. So Sue and Peter, What about the 2 hours from?
Well, if it takes 2 hours, it takes 2 hours. We
Yes,
don't have
I
any
agree.
control over that. I
Yes.
accept
And
that.
can I say, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to take any more time than's necessary. I've had to estimate that time just in case. I've tried to put down my faults on that grid that I sent around. So hopefully I've got to go through that. I know that the other parties will probably be about 50 minutes, but it might be my 2 hours in part is my representation and then follow up by questions. So overall, I will be 2 hours. So it might be broken down. Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, cheers. Right, thank you very much. Right, we'll now move to the hearing. David Price, would you like to present the report, please?
So, Chair, I'm just getting myself off mute.
Yeah.
Okay, so the officer's summary is as follows. This hearing is to determine an application made for the review of a premises licence made under Section 51 of the Licensing Act 2003 by Babergh East Road Residents Association in relation to the premises of Cafe and Lounge, Sudbury. The review application was received by the Licensing Authority on the 10th of August 2020, and a copy of this is attached to the officer's report as Appendix A. In the summary, the grounds for review are cited by the Residents Association as being that the premises is associated with public nuisance in respect of late night noise between the hours of 2300 and 0400 hours, and crime disorder involving antisocial behaviour, public urination, fighting, drunkenness, damage to property, verbal abuse, and continuous police and ambulance call-outs. The application was made has followed the standard review procedure, has been advertised as required by regulation on the premises, on the council's website, at the main council offices, on the notice board for not less than the relevant statutory period, which is in this instance is 28 days. The review application was served on the premises licence holder and responsible authorities. In respect to reviews, the subcommittee is particularly referred to Section 11 of the Secretary of State's statutory guidance under Section 182 of the Licensing Act. Section 22 of the Council's Statement of the Licensing Policy refers to review applications. In respect of decision-making, paragraph 11.2 of the Secretary of State's guidance issued under Section 182 states that in deciding which of these powers to invoke, see 2.2 of the officer's report, it is expected that the licensing authority should, so far as possible, seek to establish the cause or causes of the concerns that the representations identify. The remedial action taken should generally be directed at these causes and should always be no more than appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concerns that instigate the review. The subcommittee will be aware of considerations that I have set out in the report at 7.6 in relation to public nuisance, antisocial behaviour, planning and licensing regimes. Each case should be considered on its own merits. Where revisions are made to legislation or guidance issued by the Secretary of State, there may be a period of time when the local statement of licensing policy is inconsistent with these revisions. In these circumstances, the licensing authority will have regard and give appropriate weight to the relevant changes, guidance and its own statement of licensing policy. The subcommittee will also be aware of Human Rights Act 1998 considerations, specifically Articles 6.1 and Articles 8 and 1 of Protocol 1 when dealing with applications for review of existing licence. Without prejudice to any other obligation imposed on it, the local authority will also be aware of its duty under Section 17 of the Crime and Disorder Act 1998 when exercising its various functions. Representations. The Licensing Authority has received 3 representations from responsible authorities under the Licensing Act, and these are attached as Appendix B to this report. There have been 4 representations received by other persons in relation to the application, and these are attached as Appendix C to this report. The licensing authority must reject, and this is the subcommittee's decision at 2.1, must reject the application for review unless it is relevant to at least one of the 4 licensing objectives, and these are crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children from harm. And obviously 2.2 of the officer's report is the subcommittee must, having regard to the application and any relevant representations, take such of the steps below, if any, as it considers appropriate for the promotion of licensing objectives, and the steps are as follows: to modify the conditions of the license, to exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the license, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the license for a period not exceeding 3 months, or lastly, to revoke the license. For these purposes, conditions of the license are modified if any of them are altered or omitted, or any new condition is added. Where the authority takes a step mentioned in 2.2a or 2.2b above, it may provide that the modification or exclusion is to have effect for only such period. Any party aggrieved by the decision of the licensing authority in respect of this application has a statutory right to appeal to Magistrates' Court, and it's those that are party to this hearing. Any action taken by a licensing authority via the review process would not take effect until the time for bringing an appeal has expired, and if an appeal is lodged, until the determination or withdrawal of that appeal, and that includes the officer's report.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Right, have we got any questions for David? I can go around, or you can put your hands up if you want to. Any questions from anybody?
No questions from me.
Okay, all right. Well, there's no questions. So the subcommittee, yeah, Sue,
Sorry,
what have you got to ask?
Took a while to get the hand to work.
That's all right.
Chairman, it may be that I have some questions of the licensing officer that would be more appropriate at a later point. Can I therefore make those questions later?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Peter. Right, lovely. Thank you. Right, no questions, right?
Sorry,
well,
sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can I just raise a point there, if I may?
Yes, David.
Yes, thank you. Both councillors have indicated they may have some questions of the licensing officer. The licensing officer is here undertaking a role I understand is facilitating the report and the representations, an administrative function. Any questions should in effect be at this point in relation to the report. If there's any questions in his role as a licensing officer, well, the licensing authority have not made representations, so they're not party to the proceedings. They're not a responsible authority making reps. So I just want to just double check that it's not questions about the report, or is it questions about the premises conditions? Well, that will be that won't be appropriate because they're not party to the proceedings in that fashion.
Okay, Peter. Peter Beer.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'll put my question now because I think most likely Mr. Doves does have a point. It's on page 8 of the report, Mr. Officer Price, little g, and it's under the planning and licensing regime. That's why I thought I'd leave it until later when the planning officer might have spoke. But what is there that's wrong or being considered? Because I read that, but it doesn't tell me a reason why we should or shouldn't do something.
David, Price.
Chair, it's there for a point of clarification for the difference between both planning and licensing regimes. And neither, obviously, neither is bound by each decision. So if we make a decision, planning is not bound by our decision, and neither is it vice versa.
But I thought you said in your comments that they were responsible parties to this, and there could be views there that we could take on board.
Yes,
but,
Chair,
but they're not there, are they? Or will this come up later?
You will hear from the planning authority at a later stage during the procedure.
Right, so I can then put my question at that point. Thank you very much. I've done my question to you then. Thank you.
Sue, do you want to ask your question then?
Yes, please, Chair. It may be that I need legal advice as to whether this is the right point to ask some questions. But given the nature of the concerns that we are reviewing, I wondered if someone could tell me what conditions or concerns there are in terms of granting a license in respect of noise. That would be one question. And just for clarification, we shall be seeing evidence at a later point about the precinct and so on, and the shutting of the gates. And I would like to clarify who is actually responsible for ensuring that the precinct is closed at the appropriate hour. So it's really points of information I would just like to clarify, please.
David Price, can you come back with those?
Yes, Chair. The first point, it's probably more of a relevant question for environmental protection team. Okay. So that would be a point to raise that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. On locking up of the precinct?
On the second point, locking up the precinct gates, I'm told it's a management company that the council has instructed.
Okay. Okay, Sue, happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And I will. Right. Shall I put my question at a later point about the in respect of noise when the environmental officer?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Just can I follow? Sorry to interrupt. Can I follow on from what Sue's just asked and the answer?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Officer Price gave. He said it's a management company by Babergh District Council that closes the gates. Do we have times? Do we know? Will we have more information on this? Because this is one of the fundamental areas of dispute. So to say it's Babergh District Council's management committee, I mean, who are they? Do they turn up at a certain time? Have we heard from them?
Babergh District Council is the landowner, so the landowner of Babergh Gate shopping precinct. So we are, the council is the landowner there. The management company that is instructed by Babergh District Council to close those gates, and the gates, I'm told, are shut around 11 o'clock in the evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Right. No more questions. Right. We'll move on to the applicant to present his case. Trevor Creswell, would you like to present your case, please?
Right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm going to read that statement that my son wrote before he had to shoot back to work this morning.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman, but we're just getting the top of his head. That's better.
Sorry, Peter. Is that better?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Creswell.
Okay. And I'm also trying to read this piece of paper. Right. Go. Right. Here we go, Peter. Since the caffeine lounge opened, living at Babergh Gate has affected my life in a big way. I sleep on the roadside, which is Great Eastern. I have been woken all hours of the night from 11 p.m. till 4 a.m. People shouting, swearing and witnessing fighting. Even a man exposing himself. People being sick and urinating against parked cars underneath my bedroom window. For many months, I ignored this. Then one weekend, my children came to stay. The noise was so bad that I had to ask Dad to let them have the bedroom in the precinct side, so they could escape the noise while Dad had to go down and sleep on the sofa. I took it upon myself to buy a CCTV camera, but it was a fake one that I bought from Roy's. This upset Mr. Ward, and he confronted me when I went out to walk the dog. He called me a paedophile, a nonce, saying that I was taking photos of children.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to interject, please, and make a point of order.
Yeah, certainly.
With the legal advisor, in accordance with the statutory guidance, section 182, paragraph 11(9), it makes it clear that a witness or a party to the proceedings may amplify the original representation at the hearing. But in relation to amplification, let me just read it out. It says, representations must be made in writing and may be amplified at the subsequent hearing or standing their own rights. Additional representations that do not amount to an amplification of the original representations may but not be made at the hearing. Representations may be made electronically provided the licensed authority agrees, etc., etc. I can say to you absolutely now, I've not had a copy of that statement. It has not been made before about an allegation of Mr. Ward making those comments. It's not been put into writing that I understand, and it would be disputed in my instructions. It's a statement that I've not had. It's more than an amplification. It's a new representation and should be excluded.
Legal advisor, David.
Well, with all due respect, we don't know what the original representations were and what sort of amplification we have.
We do. It's on the application. It's the application.
Excuse me, could I please speak? I actually have a Suffolk crime number here, because this was rang in when people came to our door and threatened my son. We were given a number by the police.
Mr. Chairman, this is completely inappropriate.
Yes,
I've made a legal point that needs to be addressed, because you're hearing information now that should not be included because it's not been given to us in advance. The representation, the application is made out at page 11 to page 18. That is the representation by the Residents Association. They have called Thomas Cresswell as a witness to speak to that application. As the guidance says, that it should be in writing. It is in writing and it stands in its own right. But additional representations can amplify this, but no new representations must be made. Otherwise, it prejudices me because it's the first time I'm hearing it. I should be an opportunity to have it in advance and prepare. That is why the statutory guidance says that those representations cannot be and must not be made at the hearing.
Right, Trevor, hold on a moment. Legal advisor. David,
I don't know what original representations were made. I'm aware that Mr. Thomas Cresswell was due to be making representations with regards to his experience of being a resident close to the licensed premises. I don't know what specifics were put into the original attendance at hearing form, and clearly, so far as amplification is concerned, therefore we can't say how much is amplification and what is new. I'm just wondering whether Mr. Trevor Cresswell can confirm how much more of the statement there is to be read out, because clearly it is still a hearsay statement.
There's not much more of the statement to read out. I guess there's about another 2 minute or a minute of statement, and that is it.
Okay, can you hold on a moment? I think Sue Carpenter, what do you want to say, Sue?
Yes, again, to clarify from a procedure point of view, I was recognising some of the language that Mr. Trevor Cresswell has just used in reading out, and I seem to find that on page 15 of the agenda. So whilst the person who wrote it, unless it was Mr. Trevor Cresswell, we may not be able to ask questions if this in fact is from Tom Cresswell, but we do have all this information on pages 14, 15 and 16. So it's not new and it should have been available to everyone. I would just appreciate some advice on what attention we can pay to that. Thank you.
Could I possibly comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, can I just hear Peter Beer first? He was up before you,
well,
Peter.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, just to support Councillor Carpenter entirely, because that was the point I was going to make. We do have these papers and comments in front of us, and I would just perhaps suggest to Mr. Trevor Creswell that he chooses his words very carefully and not add things, because we have got this in front of us, and that may not inflame the situation quite as much then, and then we can move forward. Thank you,
Pete. David, Dad.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I don't do it lightly, but I disagree with the legal advisor. The representations are, in effect, the application made, which is in your pack, and as Councillor Carpenter has said, it is there before you. Any new representation over and above here cannot be included. So whether he is here in person or reading a statement, any new statement could not be added today. And in relation to the councillor's comment, it is right that it says it says teenagers leaving the cafe lounge shouting pedo as they walk past. Now that is said in the papers, but what we've heard this morning is that Mr. Ward did that, and I object to that statement being made because we object to that. So I'm saying that is additional representation that I've not heard before and not seen in writing. And I'm right to raise it now because it should have been done in advance and it's a new statement. So I am correct, I believe, in saying that was a new statement and should not be included in today's and should be excluded. And obviously I will deal with the other issues regarding what other teenagers have alleged to have said or not said.
Okay, thank you. I think David Price, did you have your hand up?
I did for a moment, Chair. Point of clarification for the committee, if I may.
Yeah.
Obviously, part of what Mr. Cresswell's statement is not new evidence. Obviously, if Mr. Cresswell wishes to withdraw the name Ward, would that appreciate for the licence holder?
Trevor, could you do that?
Yes.
Withdraw that.
Can I just say this, Mark? What I would say, I did not say that not being rude, Mr. Ward came down the road and said those words or came up to the roof and did it like individuals did. I said he confronted my son and said certain things near his premises. But if it's a problem, I'll withdraw it. But we did suffer that.
If you could, please.
Yes,
Can you withdraw that?
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you, Trevor. Can you carry on with your report then, please, Trevor?
Yes, I will do. Yeah.
Thank you. You carry on now.
Anyway, he said, so it carries on. I was threatened at my own house by individuals being called names. I won't use the names, but we know the names.
No, Mr. Chairman, I must object again. We just had the withdrawal of the name. He's saying, but we know the names. And I do strongly object. And a statement being read out in hearsay on behalf of a party did not make representation in 28 days, who is now being told is joining the hearing as a resident of the association, is making a statement read out that is not consistent with the representation made and is against the statutory guidance, says that it's a new representation made. Now, if that's going to continue, then I object strongly, saying that should not be included. Mr. Ward did not say that, and we don't accept that.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Trevor. Legal advisor David.
Yes, we've been alerted to the page of the application, page 15, which deals with this particular point. I wonder whether it would be appropriate for Mr. Cresswell to see that specific page. I think it is an appropriate point that's made by Mr. Dadds on behalf of the licence holder with regards to amplification. And I think also there are some very valid points that are made by Councillor Beer. But it may be that if Mr. Cresswell can see what was originally within the the representations that were made in the application. It may be that certain things do not and should not be added to. So I think that may be a fair way for this particular aspect to be dealt with.
Okay, thank you, David. Okay, Trevor, is that agreeable? Can
Yes,
you choose your words a bit more carefully? Thank you. Carry on then. I know it is. I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's carried on and he's put. So for the since July, right up to the September, and when the law changed and places shut early, it's been a very difficult place to live. Quite an intimidating place at night, and I don't feel that that they are. What's he put on there? I'm trying to read it. They are appropriate people to have a late night drinking license. Regards, Tom Creswell.
Okay. And then have you got anything else to say for yourself, or?
Yeah, I have, and to be honest, I can do this without a piece of paper. I will be honest with you. I went to the when the Cafe and Lounge opened. I tried to go to the planning at the very start. I think it opened December last year.
So, Trevor, can I just stop you there 1 second? David Legal wants to say something. David?
Apologies, it's a historic hand. I've taken it down.
Okay. Sorry, Trevor, to keep stopping you. Carry on.
Anyway, I went to the original planning. Now, I'm not going to lie. No, I had issues. My main issue was I was concerned that we were going to have late night drinking and lots of disturbance. And I know I live in the town centre. I understand that fully. Now, when the place opened, I had a lot of noise, I'm going to be honest, within the precinct. The precinct was never shut. It was never shut. It was open till 4 in the morning. It didn't shut at 11. There was noise inside the precinct. It was like the inside of a football ground. It echoed, as people who know Sudbury, like Peter may know and Mark may know, the precinct has a canopy that goes round it. And the noise in there, it was bad. Come January, I had words with William. I tried to sort it in a man-like fashion so we could resolve it. It didn't work, caused me a lot of grief. I wish I hadn't bothered. And then, obviously, we had the lockdown. We had the coronavirus. And it opened on the 4th of July. All the nightclubs were shut. The pubs, on the 4th of July, everything opened, the pubs, but the nightclub was shut. All the bars were shut at 11 or 12. Everyone was coming down to the Cafe and Lounge. The Cafe and Lounge wasn't, as you'll see on the police report and on the photos that I took, they didn't look like, I'm not being judgmental, there was many gamers going to the Cafe and Lounge. It definitely was a different clientele. The late night drinking spilled into the street. The noise has been horrendous. There has been lots of incidents, as you will see yourselves by the police report. And this was ongoing. Now, this didn't really stop, probably. This went on for 2 months. I spoke to the police. They put a camera up. I appreciate it, but it's probably too late because by then, things were dying off a bit and the 10 o'clock curfew come in. Obviously, once that come in, there was no one there. People were going there, obviously, late night drinking. Now, there was no infinity, but it was, to put it mildly, it was like living in Magaluf in August, living here. You couldn't sleep. And this wasn't Friday and a Saturday night. This was 4, possibly 5 nights a week. The police spent lots and lots of time in this area. The ambulance turned up on numerous occasions. I know what's gone on there. I'm talking as an individual. Whatever Mr. Dadds might say about me being a counsellor, I am talking about a person who lives 50 yards from the caffeine lounge. I took photos, I took videos. I had proof everywhere. And when I read the police report, that police report backed up everything I said. Now, the police, that there was times that they didn't come out. They weren't called, but there was still incidents. So that is only what you know about. That is not the ones that you don't know about. And you can dress it up how you like. You can have, after this, we can have nice charity things, and it might look lovely at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But I would say to anybody, between 11 and 3, it's been a different animal. So my view is 65% of his times the police have been there has been after 11 p.m. That means 35% have been between when he opened and 11 p.m. In my estimation, that was 14 or 15 times the police then came during the day, and that tells me that is meant to be a place for children to go and game. That tells me they're not fit and proper. I have also crime numbers from me and my son, and from Sally J from Regions, where she was told to leave things alone in a matter of speaking, and she contacted the police about behaviour, the owner. It has been an ongoing saga, and it has changed our lives dramatically. And for all this COVID, I wouldn't wish it on anybody in the world, but that has given us some peace and some quiet. And life shouldn't be like that, should it? I expect we got maybe 20, 30 pubs in Sudbury. And I would say that between them, I've had less visits than the Caffeine Lounge has in the last 6 months between them. And that tells you everything. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Trevor Creswell. Thank you very much. Right, have we got any questions for Trevor? Sue Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. Just 2 or 3 questions, please, to Trevor Cresswell. If I can ask you just to confirm for me, you made a comment about a fake CCTV camera. Am I correct that it was fake and not a real one?
Sorry, Sue, I was on mute.
Right.
Yes, so
what was your rationale for getting a fake CCTV camera?
Because, well, my son bought it. What it was, my son, when he was getting all this hassle, he put something on Facebook, I believe, and this was the time when I told you when Mr. Ward had took umbrage with it, didn't like it. So my son come home and said, I'm going to put a camera up. So he put a camera up, as to say, because all the hassle, what was going on outside our property, urinating, fighting. So he put a camera up, but it was a false one. And I believe Sudbury Police would confirm that, because we rang later on. When that went up, we then started getting more abuse from people leaving the Caffeine Lounge, coming up our stairs. So we rang the police to complain about the threats that were being given, and they looked at the camera, and they could see that it was a £7 one from Roy's, and it wasn't even wide up, but it was more as a deterrent of what was going on outside our property.
Okay.
Thank
is
you.
one question.
Are you happy with that?
That's one question. Thank you. If I can refer you to page 16 of the agenda pack, we're talking about all sorts of people shouting. I wasn't quite clear about who was shouting. Was this just people in the street or in the precinct, or where were they?
Well,
I'm not asking you to give us any names, but
no. I mean, to be honest, between November, December, sort of March time, the first time it was open, most of the noise, I'm going to be honest, was within the precinct. It was never shut. But when it opened when it reopened on the 4th of July, most of the noise, there was some noise in the precinct, but the noise generally was coming from the Great Eastern Road side, which is the same side as Roy's of Wroxham, and the alleyway behind Mr. Dorrington's, which was being used for many other activities. And the noise was in those areas. It was absolutely horrendous, yes.
So really, we're perhaps talking about the difference between winter and summer here.
Well, I think what we're talking about, being honest, is that in July, the venue, the Caffeine Lounge, was the only place open in Sudbury, perhaps after 12 p.m. And there was a loophole there because the nightclub was shut and everyone was converging on the Caffeine Lounge. And without being disrespectful, they were making the best of a situation. And what we were doing then, obviously, people were already coming down half cut, if you want to put it. And obviously, we're drinking till 3, 4 in the morning. And sometimes the doors, staff would be seen leaving at 5. So maybe later. So
when you're talking about people arriving, it's your observation. That was your impression. That was your impression.
Oh, without a doubt, yes, definitely, yes.
Okay. You submitted a number of photographs and videos, and I wonder if, without taking us all the way through them, if you could just explain why you submitted some of these. There are several, for example, of an empty but lit precinct.
Yes, because I was trying to show that the precinct never shut at 11. Like when it opened, the precinct was meant to shut at 11, and the entrance would have been from Great Eastern Road. That was how Thingamybobs traded for 15 or 20 years. But the precinct was shut, so there would be no noise or damage within the precinct. And I was trying to show that that didn't shut at 11 p.m.
And the shutting of the precinct is actually down to the management company.
Well, so I believe. Yeah, but that wasn't happening. And even now, it's not done at a consistent time.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Chairman.
No worries.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you have one, Peter, or not?
Yes. I've got about 4. Just
Chair,
follow on.
Chair,
I'll try and...
Sorry, Councillor. Can I interject?
Yeah,
we'll stick to procedure. Can you go to the premises licence holder first, please? Sorry, and then we'll come back to councillors.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay. Yep.
Sorry.
Okay,
yep,
Peter.
Fine. Yep. I think I can. Well, I've wrote them down, so I'll get back.
Yeah. David Dadds, would you like to come in?
Yes, I'm going to have to just ask for a very short 5-10 minute adjournment and comfort break. I need to speak to the client about some of the representations made. These are new. They're an amplification. I didn't stop the Trevor Cresswell during the last bit because I thought I'd already made the point clear. I'll make it in submissions. But can I have 5-10 minutes short comfort break, but also to get some instructions from my client so I can ask some questions of Trevor Cresswell?
Shall we have a half an hour?
Mr.
Peter?
Chairman, on a point of clarification or order, I didn't know whether it would be possible to put my questions, because that might help Mr. Dubbs if he wanted to question anything from his client. But if you think I should wait until afterwards, then fair enough. But they are relevant to what what Mr. Trevor Cresswell has actually said.
Yes. I'm not worried what order it is personally myself.
Well, it just might be.
What we'll do is we'll let Peter have a speak, and then we'll just do a few questions, and then I think we'll adjourn for half an hour for lunch, and that gives everyone a bit of time to sort out things.
Yeah, because he might pick up a couple of the points. So
okay,
if I
Peter.
just go straight in, following on from this fake CCTV, Mr. Trevor Creswell. You said that it didn't work and what have you, but I seem to remember seeing a video, which I assume is a CCTV or camera thing, where you and I'm sure I'm right, that you were actually filming in the early hours of the morning and commenting, and there's a group of people walking in the precinct, but they weren't actually going into the premises, and I think you were trying to show the point of view that they were making a bit of noise and that the doors were open. So you did have a camera of some description at some point filming some of this, is that correct? Can't hear you.
Trevor, would you like to put your mic on?
Yeah, I've just done it. Sorry, it was just my phone, Peter.
That was your phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cleared that point up. So there was there, and you was showing that. Now the other thing was that you made the point 2 or 3 times that it was never shut. What do you mean was never shut? Either the doors to the lounge or the gates to the precinct?
At the time,
or both.
Before the March lockdown, I believe it's March. I'd say all 3 doors within the precinct. The one from comes from where the kiosk is. The ones where the from Great Eastern Road where the wheelie bins are, and the one that goes into the bus stop. All were open, and so were the cafe and lounge doors, the back door or the precinct door. Sorry.
And did you make
door? He may have had his inside doors shut, obviously for the heat, but the outer doors would have been open, as I would have shown by photos.
Thank you. And did you ever complain to Babergh District Council Management Committee, who operate these gates on the outside, not the doors to the lounge, but the gates?
I believe I wrote to the council, yes, and I also probably, I'm 90% certain, can't remember. I went back to the town hall about it, to the clerk at the town hall. Yes, I would have done that. Yes, definitely.
I don't know what the clerk to the town hall ahead with it, but anyway, thank you for that.
I would have gone to the council at Supper as well.
Oh, I see. Right, thank you. Got your point. Now, you referred to Malaga or something, the noise, that I've never been there, so I don't know. But from what you're saying, your quality of life has been badly affected by this premises and the goings on as you see them, or as they've been relayed or going to be relayed to us, and lack of sleep. And you consider this to be unreasonable. I mean, we're all entitled to a good night's sleep. We're all entitled to quality of life. But I didn't get the impression from you whether that affected your quality of life. You did state the problems.
No, very much so. I would say I am very fortunate, Councillor Beer, that I sort of don't have to get up in the morning and go out the door at 7 o'clock like some people do. I do work, but I work in a different way. But people up here, I reckon I was woken, as I said before, certainly from July, 4 to 5 nights a week. Sometimes the noise might be 15 minutes, but it would keep you awake because you've been woken. You just go back and it would happen again. So you might get the first noise at midnight, and it might go on for 20 minutes, and then you'd have another noise again at 2:30, and that might go on for half an hour. My son was working in London at the time. He's changed job, and he was having to drive down to London, and some nights he hardly had any sleep. It was absolutely, and it was horrendous. I can't put it any other way. And it was Magaluf, Peter.
Magaluf, right. Thank you. My last question, Mr. Chairman, was to you, Mr. Creswell. did you, presumably at the beginning, but had you had reasonable relations with the owner, or the operator of the lounge, and that could you talk quite a bit, or had this broken down very early on?
The proprietor, you mean, Peter?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
If it's okay, Mr. Dads, I will use his name as William. Right. First of all, I believe that William felt that I had something personal against him. I would like to say that was not true. That is utter garbage, is the only word I can use, because I came over to the planning at the start, and my worries and my concerns was about what has gone on, about noise and disturbance. It wasn't about the nature of the business. Now, in January, I went to see Mr. Ward. I'd been woken up 3 nights on the trot, and one Saturday morning, I think it was the 4th of January, I went to see Mr. Ward. I went inside the precinct to start, which was at the time he claimed his main door. And I could see people. I knocked, no one answered. It was about 11 o'clock. I'm just guessing we are talking January. And no one answered the door. So I walked, but I saw people in. So I walked round. The door was unlocked. And I knocked on the door, walked in, and I spoke to his bar manager, Mr. Lorenzo, all on video. And I asked to speak to William. Now, the conversation about my lack of sleep and why the precinct wasn't being shut at 11 p.m. Now, it was all going well until I mentioned, why isn't the precinct shutting at 11 p.m.? And I tried to explain to him, my neighbours, they're up young children. You're going to get someone suffer, and they're going to come down to see. I'm not threatening him in a violent way. I'm trying to say where things lead if you don't try and get your house in order and sort things out. People up here were having a horrendous night's sleep. So he asked me to leave, and I did. I never moved my arms about. I never shouted. I walked away. The next thing, I have the police speak to me. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I did nothing, and I wasn't in the town council and Babergh, and I had to suffer all that. All because Mr. Ward, in my opinion, thinks he's above the law, thinks he can do what he likes. And this is still ongoing now, Peter. 2 nights ago, Mr. Dorrington lives above the caffeine lounge. There was noise in there. We're meant to be in COVID, and it's meant to be shut. So there you go. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. And I'm really disappointed how things are. I'm not, but it's not personal.
Thank you. Can just an additional question of what you've just said. You referred again, and it's come through, and it's one of the big argument points, I think, that the gates weren't shut. In your opinion, do you feel that was the proprietor's responsibility to shut the gates, or Babergh District Council? Because it's coming through very clearly to me that this is the responsibility of the management team of Babergh District Council, outside the control of Mr. Ward's. Yes, of Mr. Ward's. So, do you agree there or not?
I do now, and I'm going to be honest. Since July or whatever, since it opened the second time after the COVID, the precinct, they've not been consistent with time, but that has been locked up, Peter. But
so that's not the proprietor's fault. That's what you're saying.
I don't know whose responsibility it was in November, but
we're told with respect that it's Babergh District Council management people that are responsible. Anyway, I think that's answered my question.
Peter, I'll just come in there quickly. Yep. Peter, Babergh District Council employ a management company to lock up the precinct and clean it. And they could even live in Chelmsford, Ipswich or anywhere. But we get a company to come in. So obviously we've got to check this company's doing their job. But let that all be noted in this hearing.
but that's my point to Mr. Creswell, where he's referred and with respect to him, he blames or points the finger towards the proprietor of the premises here, because perhaps he didn't know any different at that time, but it's being made clear and coming out loud and clear to me now that it is the responsibility of Babergh District Council Management Committee, not the responsibility of the cafe lounge.
Sorry, what I would, Peter,
we need that clarified at some point.
Okay, Peter. Yep.
What I would turn around and say to you now, reference the gates and the shutters. The cafe and lounge were shutting them when they wanted in January, and they did have a set of keys, so they were shutting them. I don't know whose obligation it was, and I might not be quite right, but they were shutting them when they chose to, and they had keys.
Well, we'll try and get that point clarified, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I might be able to help with that.
Yeah, I've got Chris Cornish waiting to speak. Chris?
I've got a question for Mr. Cresswell, but I'll just clarify Councillor Beer's questioning there. My understanding is, from our investigation into the allegations made, is that there was a defect in one of the roller doors that couldn't be shut, and it was not being shut. It was not being managed by the management company. The management company and security firm were employed later on, I believe around March, just before the COVID. And my understanding is it is entirely responsibility since COVID of the management company to shut those roller shutter doors. My question to Mr. Cresswell is, when the doors are closed, do you still have occasions where you are disturbed by noise from customers of the cafe and lounge in the precinct, despite the doors being closed?
Yes, but not as often, Mr. Cornish. Used to be regular, but yes, there are occasions where, not obviously recently with the 10 o'clock, but before the 10 o'clock, yes. But when the place is open till 3 o'clock, yes, but not since the 10 o'clock curfew, and obviously that changed everything.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Councillor Beer, as well, the use of the external doors to the precinct and the use of the doors into the precinct from the cafe and lounge are separate issues. The planning permission has a condition that prevents those doors being used, regardless of whether the external doors to the precincts are an issue. Obviously, you will have passerbys and wanderers through the precinct that could be unopposed if the roller shutter doors, which is obviously nothing to do with cafe and lounge, it exacerbates the situation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right, is there any more questions for anyone?
Chair, do you want to go to Suffolk Constabulary and also the Planning Authority to see whether they have any questions? And then,
sorry, Mr. Chairman, isn't it that I should be asking questions, but I thought you said that you would allow Councillor Beer to ask his questions, and then we would break, because I obviously need to ask my questions, and I think I ought to be sort of giving that opportunity following the procedures.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed, Peter. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll adjourn the meeting for half an hour. So we'll say we'll start again at 1:15. Is that okay with everyone?
So you've got the legal advisor with their hand up.
No,
pardon?
Sorry,
David. Yep.
No, my hand's taken down.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll have half-hour break. We'll reconvene at 1:15.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's now 13:23. We've broke for lunch. Before lunch, we had Mr. Trevor Cresswell making making submissions on behalf of the applicant. So far as the next stage is concerned, there will be questions on behalf of the licence holder, followed by questions from responsible authorities, then other persons, and then the licensing officer. So I think therefore it's Mr. Dads, sir.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. If with your permission, Mr. Chairman, can I start just to ask some points, questions of clarification of Trevor Cresswell?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Cresswell, Councillor Cresswell, can you just confirm for me that the application at page 11 through to 18 is your application on behalf of a residents association?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. Are you able to put your camera on so I can see you?
I can do. There you are.
Thank you. If you look at page 18, that is in the agenda. That's your signature. And can you see? Have you got that in front of you?
Yeah.
Can you see that it's your signature? That is your signature. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. And can you see above it says it is an offence under section 158 of the Licensing Act to make a false statement in connection with this application. You can see it there, and you mustn't make in effect a false application statement. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Yeah. So can I just ask you to confirm that then everything in here, did you from on let me just turn up to page, I think it's in the agenda because I think it's agenda page 14. The information to support the application, that's on page 14, and it goes all the way to where it's signed again by you at page 16. Can you see that?
No, not really.
I might think the writing, it goes over the page. You can't quite see it, but it is on page 14 after page 13. And it begins with, since opening on the 4th of July. Can you see that?
Yes, I can now see that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you turn up to the next page and the following page, page 16, it says kind regards, Trevor Cresswell, and it appears that's your evidence in support. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that's roughly right. Yes.
No, is it roughly right or is it right? Is that your signature and is that your evidence in support?
Yes, it is.
Now, is there anything in there that you wish to correct now or amend, or or are you saying that is all correct?
If you give me 2 minutes, Mr. Dads, I will come back to you. I believe that's true.
Now, on page 14, where it starts setting out the dates, say for example, it starts the 4th of July and then it's 12th of July, 19th, 24th, 26th. Can you see those dates? Is that your handwriting? Is that all your information? No one else's. It's your information, your facts and knowledge.
What it says on there, Mr. Dads, if you look, like the 26th of July, the video was taken by my son, and it's got his name there underneath on the bottom one at 4 a.m. in the morning. On the 26th of July, it says Tom. The ones where they probably don't say anybody are me.
Okay. Well,
1st of August, that was by Tom on the Saturday at 11:24 because I put his name next to it.
Okay, so what you're saying to the committee, and as I understand it, is that, and thank you for clarifying, it's very useful, is that where there's a name next to it, like Tom, that's Tom's information you're relying on, and where there's no name, it is you.
I would say yes.
Thank you. Before I ask you any further questions about those grounds, I'd just like to ask some general questions first. Is that have you made a formal complaint to the Environmental Health Department for enforcement at the local council?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Have they told you that when you make a complaint, there is a process of which the council takes any member of the public, and particularly you being a councillor, I would hope that they would follow their own procedure, take you through steps on how to make your complaint and how to report noise nuisance. Have they done that for you, the officers?
I have been informed how to go around making a complaint. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, have they provided you with log sheets to record the details of the noise, the dates and times?
Yes.
Have you completed those logs and returned them to the council?
I did complete some of those logs, and I did send them back. Yes.
Yeah. But they don't appear in the agenda, do they?
They were sent back.
I've not questioned you on that and sought clarification. I'm just asking that you've completed log sheets, recording dates, times, sent some of those to the local authority, but they haven't. You don't see them in the agenda.
I don't see them in the pack, no.
No. Have you had any officers visit your home, and particularly the bedroom, of a night time to do any monitoring of sound, i.e. install noise monitoring equipment in your bedroom?
There has been no monitoring of sound in my house.
Some points just to clarify. You've not provided any evidence of the Residents Association membership, have you?
And how would that be produced?
Well, you haven't provided any details of names, how many members or anything like that, have you?
I have. When I originally we formed the resident group, I sent in a form with everybody's address and the people who were in the group on that form, and it was signed with their addresses.
Okay, but that doesn't appear in the agenda, no?
Not in this pack, no.
Well, that would be a question for maybe Mr. Price later. Then, in relation to the alleged issues that you complain of, it's fair to say that inside the premises, so physically inside, what goes on inside, you've not made any complaints of?
Personally, no.
And this is a general point, just to sort of try to get down to the issues. Outside, there's the precinct area, which is I will call the precinct area, and then there's the outside to Great Eastern Road. So Great Eastern Road. They're two distinct areas where there are matters complained of in your application. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, in relation to the precinct, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, but in essence, you're saying now, pretty much, because it's being locked up, there are few or not so many complaints regarding the precinct area. Is that right?
I would say that that is a fair thing to say. Yes, I would. What I would say, Mr. Dadds, is obviously when the premises were open till 3, there was still not as often, but there were still people coming out the premises on occasions, and there was noise. But obviously, when the place shut at 10, there was no noise after a period because there was nobody there. But
so it's fair enough to say that. So it's fair enough to say if the landlord, I'll just say the landlord,
yes,
organises themselves to close the precinct, and the premises does not allow egress into the precinct, that resolves the issue of any noise arising in the precinct from your point of view.
Yes, it does. It does. But I have. It does. But I've been informed by the manager of the precinct this morning that 2 members of staff from the Caffeine Lounge were outside within the precinct at 4 a.m. this morning. Why they were in there with COVID, and that was this morning. So
okay, well, I'll cover that later. That's the first time I've heard it, but I'll take instructions. But thank you. I wanted to ask about the precinct, and you've answered that. And I'll cover. I'll carry on if I may, Mr. Chairman. Is that all right?
Mr.
Yeah,
Dadds,
carry on.
just say something. Well,
if I can ask, at the moment, unless the chairman stops me, I'm asking you some questions. I asked the question, you've answered it, and I'd like to move to my next question, if I may.
Go on then.
So, in relation to outside Great Eastern Road, yes, there are complaints made in your grounds for representation for disturbances outside in the public place. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
In relation to where you sleep, not to be personal, but I think it's a matter of public record, where you retire to bed, your bedroom is the precinct side that faces the precinct. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that matters that are arising in Great Eastern Street do not affect your sleep, if you sleep in that bedroom facing the precinct?
No, that's not fair to say that. The noise, when the premise was open till 3, it felt like where I've got up in the night, it felt like it was so loud, it felt like it was outside my window. So no, even though I was on the precinct side, the noise was still horrendous, and you could hear it through the flat, not just on the Great Eastern Road. No.
Okay. So you're saying that noise from Great Eastern Road is heard all the way through the flat to your bedroom that faces the precinct?
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay.
And I would say, though, you have to, in the summertime, as people have to appreciate, when it's 90 degrees, we all want a bit of air. And to have a bit of air, it's a catch-22. If you want a bit of air, you can't have your windows undone because of the noise. So there's that side of it as well.
So you completed your logs during the summer and logged down those noise complaints in your log which you filed with the council, yes?
Yes, I believe I did, yes.
When you say I believe I did, you did or you didn't? You did, thank you. So in relation to my next question, just generally to just get down to the issues, before COVID, yes, before the March, you are, in your evidence you've given, you appear to be mainly dealing with issues arising in the precinct, not in Great Eastern Road. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it appears to be now, since post-COVID, or we are in COVID, since July, when the premises reopened, you believe that there are noise complaints predominantly arising from Great Eastern Road. Is that right?
Yes, definitely on the main, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to summarise that as an understanding of your evidence at the moment. I just want to take you now to some back to page 14, if I may.
14, yeah.
Now, that's page 14, members of the agenda. Mr. Cresswell, have you got that okay?
Yes, I have, yes.
Okay.
Starts 4th of July. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to now ask you some questions about this written submission. Do you accept that people on Great Eastern Road come from various sources? They could just be members of the public walking by. Do you accept that?
Not entirely, no.
So do you not accept that there may be members of the public using Great Eastern Road that are unconnected with my client's premises?
One word, no. Why I say that, Dads, is 2 a.m. There wasn't any places open for anybody to be, only your clients.
Well, do you accept that members of the public may be visiting each other and just may be passing through Great Eastern Road? There may be other reasons why people are on Great Eastern Road other than visiting licensed premises.
I would say there's a 10% chance, 1 in 10 may be visiting, but 9 out of 10 weren't visiting, you're going or leaving the establishment.
So your answer is slightly different now. You're saying that you accept that maybe 10% people using Great Eastern Road are not connected to our premises.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying they may not be.
Okay. Now,
minority.
In relation to what you've written, now on the 26th of July, I'm just going to pull out a couple of these that I just want to look at, if I may. Could you possibly just put the camera down so I can see you? It'd be very helpful. You might find it helpful if you just rest the phone or the tablet, and it might steady it a bit. All right, thank you. Now, in relation to the 26th of July, you see here, you say 26th of July, video outside the lounge. 23 minutes past, police at the caffeine lounge. 27 minutes past, drunks leaving cafe lounge, video. 3:15, fight leaving caffeine lounge, video. 3 o'clock, fight outside caffeine lounge. Yeah, Tom's camera. Yep. And then 4 o'clock, ambulance. All right. Do you see all that?
I do.
Yeah. And are you saying to the committee that you witnessed at 3:15, as written here, a fire outside caffeine lounge?
I am saying, yes, I am saying there would have been a scuffle. There would have been probably police involved. That's why an ambulance is there later on. yes, I can't say it's right outside their door, but it's in that area. Yes, I would say so, and I would say I've still got the videos if required.
Well, I'm asking a specific question in relation to fights leaving. I'm saying, did you witness yourself a fight at 3:15 on the 26th of July, as you've written here? It's your evidence.
I would say yes. It's not on your camera at the Caffeine Lounge, is where we're going with this. I would say yes. It may have happened.
So you're trying to. Do you want me to pause? Sorry, Mr. Smithett, would you like me to pause for a moment?
I'll just be mindful and ask people to be mindful, as I was reminded this morning, that we're not here to cross-examine. I know there's a thin line between getting information and cross-examining. I just make an observation at the moment. Let's just steer clear of cross-examination if we can.
I'm certainly not cross-examining. I'm just clarifying the position of the evidence, and I'm seeking to challenge the evidence, which you're now just about to hear. But and I think it is right that I do so. May I continue? I don't want to upset anyone. I hope you don't mind. I'm saying that with respect. I'm trying to avoid that. I'm not putting questions as a cross-examination that I would. These are open questions, and I've allowed it in that way so that I'm not cross-examining. Is that all right, sir?
No, I just made the observation.
Yeah, okay. Well, carry on.
Thank you. So, what you just said to the committee was, I think you're trying to anticipate my next question, my next point. You said, well, it may not have been directly outside because I don't know what the cameras would have shown. Yes, so you're trying to anticipate what I'm maybe going to say. Well, actually, the police provided their Chris and Cad reports. And members, you have got the Chris and Cad reports provided by the police. Now, I don't know if they were distributed to everyone. Now, what I've done, just so that we could perhaps just at this point just clarify how we've got it. I've completed a schedule for everyone. You will see of the Chris and Cad.
Sorry.
And the reason oops.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there.
Yes.
You're great. You're going into official sensitive data, and I'm going to need to stop you. Sorry. And it's only for the police. Sorry.
No, I'm not referring to any particular data at the moment, or we go into part 2. But at the moment, I'm not revealing any names or any specifics. But I'm quite happy, Mr. Chairman, if you think that there's a danger of going into part 2, then I make an application that we go into part 2.
David Price, what do you think?
Yes, Chair. If the Mr. Dadds wishes to speak about confidential information, then we need to go into private session.
Yes, then may I make that application, please?
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, I think Mr. Dubbs made it clear that he wasn't mentioning any names or referring to any persons. So do we need to go into confidentiality at this point? If he's not divulging anything, surely it would be better in the public domain at this stage.
I think so too, and I'm not. I'm only probably no more referring to what the police have written in their representations. There's not going to be any revelations.
Okay, I just check with David Legal. David, what do you think? One moment, David Legal.
Sorry, I don't know what specifics are going to be referred to by Mr. Dadds. Clearly, if anything can be identified that really would have been dealt with in private session, then we need to go into private session. If that can be avoided, if no details are provided from the CAD information, which is officially sensitive, then we can proceed in public.
Okay.
But it's a rightful concern that's been raised. So I have to leave it to Mr. Dadds.
Yeah, and I will be very careful, sir.
Okay. If David, legal, if you think he's going into a dangerous area, can you say obviously and stop him going?
Well, I think we're related. We're going to an issue of the 26th of July. Would that be correct, Mr. Dadds?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you can ask your questions without divulging information that's in that sensitive information,
yes.
We should be all right.
So, Mr. Preston, coming back, we've been provided with the Chris and CAD reports. Now, members have provided to everyone a grid of those events, which set out the CAD reference, the date, time, description, police details, and client response. Now, I've done it in this way because when we all received it, it wasn't in date order. It's in some bit of a pickle. So I've put it in some chronological order and also a summary, which I hope you agree with me is helpful and helps us. But if we turn to the matter of the 26th of July, you'll note that the police do make reference in their representation, so it's nothing new, that at 6 minutes past 3, there's an allegation of sexual assault or an offence. Yes? At the premises.
Yeah.
And can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Now, in the Chris and CAD reports that's been provided, you'll see the CAD number and it's pages 1 of 7. Have you got that in front of you, members?
1 of 7.
Because you can see on the grid that I've provided, gives you the CAD number. That is the number that corresponds with the police paper. And it has the CAD number at the top on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, it says page 1 of 7. And it then sets the date out and the alleged offence.
Mm-hmm.
So with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, could members just indicate, and Mr. Cresswell indicate when they've got that to hand, or if Mr. Cresswell hasn't, I can just refer to it.
So go for what page you're looking at in their file?
Well, I don't know if Mr. Price can tell me how you received the Chris and CAD or the CAD reports, but I've got the CAD report for the date, the 26th of July, and it consists of 7 pages. Now, I don't know how that's been provided to you.
Okay, can I point of clarification, Chair, please?
Yeah, David.
Obviously, the CAD reports are to remain confidential. So getting into dangerous territory here when asking a question in relation to a CAD report.
I'm not divulging any information at the moment. It's quite clear. I'm just asking if the councillors have got the paper. That's
they
at the moment.
They have the paperwork for those.
I think we are going into territory that is sensitive. I think in the circumstances it would be better to do it in the sensitive room, for want of a better phrase.
So therefore, I'll make then an application that's heard in private.
So, Peter, are you happy with this?
Well, if it's the only way we're going to move forward, then yes, let's get on with it.
Sue? Sue, are you agreeable?
Are we able to do that without going through moving the motion to exclude the public?
No, we have to do
I'm
that.
happy to do that.
If you move it, I'll second it.
You need to vote to exclude the public, Chair.
Got.
Well,
Vote to exclude the public. Yeah.
I'll
Yes.
second
I'll do
it.
that then.
yes, I agree.
Yep.
Right. So I'll vote to exclude the public on the basis that the subcommittee considers that the public interest in excluding the public outweighs the public interest in this deliberation being held in the public. It is resolved that under section 100A/4 of the Local Government Act 1972 that the public be excluded from the meeting for item 13. Oh, it's got 13 on the agenda. No, for what item would this be on the agenda, Karen?
Questions.
It's item 5.
Item 5
Yes.
on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in Part 1, Schedule 12 of the Act on the grounds set out in the regulations of 14/2 on the Licensing Act 2003, herein regulations 205. So we're moving to. Agreed.
And then we'll need Rob to stop the live streaming, please.
Okay, jolly good. We're going to responsible authorities. Have they got any questions for Mr. Creswell? The constabulary to start with. Have you got any questions?
No, I have no questions to raise.
Environmental Protection Officer.
I'll just ask a very simple question. Mr. Creswell, during your complaints to the council, can you confirm that you were made aware of the difference of a complaint concerning antisocial behaviour, noise nuisance and licensing issues and matters that would refer to the police as well during that process?
Yes, I was informed of the procedure that I would need to take.
And did you fill in any other forms and send them to other agencies, such as antisocial behaviour forms or notifications to the Safer Neighbourhood team, for example?
I don't believe I did the Safe Neighbourhood. I done the forms for, I believe, Catherine Green at licensing, and that's the way I approached it.
Thank you.
Okay. Planning Enforcement Officer, got any questions for Mr. Creswell?
Thank you, Chair. No questions for Mr. Creswell. Thank you.
Right. Well, the committee, start with Peter Beer. Have you got any questions for Mr. Creswell?
No, I think I've asked all mine. Thank you.
Sue, have you got any?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. David Price, Licensing Officer.
No points of clarification, Chair.
Okay, that's that then. Great, thank you very much. And we'll now move on to the premise licence holder to present their case. So, David Dadds, would you like to do your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, I think the procedure is that isn't the procedure that the other parties go first and I go in effect last. Don't I hear now from the police or the other responsible authorities and interested parties?
No, that's
I've
not
got
the
you
procedure.
down as next, actually.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I can go next. That's fine.
I think just for clarity, so far as the licence holder is concerned, you basically can give your closing address as the last thing before the subcommittee retires, Mr. Dadds.
Yes, thank you. It's only that my submissions will now have to be more fuller because I haven't heard from the police, but I will do my best to be succinct.
Okay, thank you.
But because I'm going to start, and I'm going to potentially start, and I think I'm going to start with the police evidence, we're going to have to go into private again, I'm afraid. So, Mr. Chairman, can we go into private so I can make my submissions in relation to the police part, and then once I've finished that, we can then go into open if you wish.
Okay, Chair, we'll need to vote to exclude the public again.
I'll move that we exclude the public so that we can press on.
Do you need to read out?
Chair, will Mr. Dorrington have a chance to speak at some point as well?
Legal.
Other persons. Other persons.
Yes, he gets an opportunity to speak.
Yes, he does have
David.
an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's later on, isn't it? That's later on, yeah.
And thank you.
Go around. Okay. Yeah, that's later on in the meeting. Right, so shall I read this out again? To exclude the public?
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay. On the basis that the subcommittee considers that the public interest in excluding the public outweighs the public interest in its deliberation being held in the public, it is resolved that under section 100A/4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for item. What item is this then? Be what number item?
6.
Still on item 5.
Wasn't it 5?
Item 5. On the grounds that it involves a likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in Part 1 of Schedule 12 of the Act on the grounds set out in the Regulations 14/2 of the Licensing Act 2003, herein Regulations 2005. Right, we're now going to private.
Yep, seconded.
So we just
moved.
need to wait for Rob to stop the streaming again.